right, good morning, everyone. Hope you are all doing pretty well. Let's do just a quick little rundown of things I'm looking at this morning, and then we'll do another one here kind of right before that opening bell as well. All right, so right off this bat, right, we're kind of watching the SPY here. We don't expect any kind of like, big economic news today, right? Nothing's like, nothing's in the way, or we don't kind of anticipate anything to slow us down. Friday, right, we do have Powell speaking at the Jackson Hole Symposium, and that could potentially cause a little bit of headaches for us, especially on Friday. But on a day like today, I still anticipate like that news not really being too much of a headline killer or like a momentum killer. So as long as we kind of get that volume to step in today, right, and that still looks relatively reasonable, we have a chance to have a kind of chop-free day. What we are, though, we are kind of sitting on I don't want to say it's like make or break. I think that's a little bit dramatic. But we have a really good opportunity here for the bulls to take back control. So if the bulls are able to give us big breakouts after days of consolidation yesterday, then you can start feeling that momentum, right? That they kind of have, they just have that they are in control, right? That they are pushing price up, that they are kind of following through on these bullish patterns, right? So really nice 3 green soldiers pattern here on the SPY, right? Yesterday, Doji, we go BB, right? Near the top of the band, maybe not what you want to see. But you'd like to see that breakout now up and over that 448.60 area, right? Yesterday we got stuck, just under that 448.50, and just found a lot of sellers in that zone. I'd like to see those get taken out, right, for the continuation move. So call it above 448.60, right? Then targeting 449, 450. I think those are pretty reasonable levels on the SPY. What I'd like to see though is I want to see a big volume day today. So if we get a breakout, right? Fine, right? That kind of confirms this bullish play, and we can get that follow through. But if we get a breakdown or a failure, right, still want to see that big volume, because if we get a breakout on thin volume or a breakdown on thin volume, it's not exactly telling us a very convincing story. We want to make sure that the story is very convincing, right? So it's the same thing on the Q, right? Nice 3 green soldiers pattern. See if we can get that breakout now up and over that, say, 375.20 area. Right, that can give us that continuation. Right, this range yesterday on Q was disgusting. So if we look at this in the shorter time frame BB bands, right, we can tell that this is really starting to coil up and spring together. So if we do get a breakout to the upside or we get a breakdown to the downside, we do have potential in how to play this, right, in kind of either way. So I think this can be a potentially really strong mover. Bias is to the upside still, right? But we're going to have to see how this thing comes together. Okay, Apple. Maybe this is our warning sign that those three green soldiers patterns that we kind of saw across the board, maybe won't be as strong. We'd like to use this maybe as a bit of a leading indicator today, right? So if Apple's able to recover and kind of ignore some of this weakness, I think it'd be if Apple's able to kind of invalidate this weak bar today, right, or invalidate this weak open, there's a really good opportunity that QQQ is going to start pumping, right, and that SPY is going to start pumping. But if Apple continues to show us that weakness and kind of continues to sell off and break down, right, then we're in an opportunity where you're going to start to expect that same from the indexes, right? So yesterday, definitely a weak day on Apple, right? Or kind of not a very strong close. So if we can get that strength to come in and invalidate those weak sellers, right? Apple has an opportunity to really run. For myself, I'm not really interested in Apple until it can break above that 151.75 area. Kind of gotten stuck in that zone a few times, and we've seen sellers there already. So I want to see them get taken out, get invalidated, and then we can roll. Right? Something like this Tesla, we're still stuck in this wedge, right? Want to wait for us to break out up and over that 730 area, If we do get some weakness this morning, right, and we do get those breakdowns, I'll be looking for moves under 700. So if for whatever reason, right, we lose this shelf, right, we got that 702 area, right, I'm saying if we lose kind of this like 700, just under that 786, right, if we lose down under there, then we have a really good chance to kind of break down further. Hey, Andrew, I'm not really a big indicator guy, so my personal focus is on volume profile, so this down here, right, and candlesticks, and then I combine that with kind of like technical analysis and trying to find the right patterns, trying to find the nice looking setups, and then try to judge the relative strength of those plays based on what the candles are telling me. So in general, I don't like relying on indicators because they can stay in like extreme conditions for a very long period of time. But if you want, like, and by that I mean stuff like stochastic, RSI, MACD. I think for day trading, if you start relying on those a little bit too much, you can start forgetting what's actually really important. And for me, it's price and volume are number one, and everything else is kind of secondary. So I don't focus too much on those. I do like Bollinger Bands. I think they're a really interesting tool, right? I think like EMAs, right, moving averages can be really useful as well. And those are more just like contextual indicators versus things I'm looking to trigger on. So for me, I try to be very flexible with I can be flexible with what I consider to be a setup trigger, but how I look for confirmation and what my process is for execution, I try to remain very consistent, and that's my foundation of candlestick analysis and volume. So I hope that answers your question. Right, Microsoft, we were looking at this inside bar breakout yesterday, couldn't give us that move, right? So we're looking for a break up and over that 306.05 area, right? For a move towards 307, 308, 310. If for whatever reason, right, we do get that breakdown, right? This kind of looks like a BB play to me. So a BB reversion, right? So it's a open outside, close inside. I mean, volume's not quite where you want to be, but on the daily, right, we can take a chance to take a stab at this down towards that 300 and then that 297 area. So I think there's a little bit of potential here. If we do go to the downside, probably going to be a half-size play, or at least half-size play by default. And so I'd like to focus on that. So we'll see, right? This will be one if the market's red, right? We can kind of play this. Not going to want to fight the market, but that BB reversion is in play. On this inside bar from Tuesday, right? Not quite like, I know we made a higher high above the inside bar, but we didn't make a higher high kind of above our breakout target. So the bullish scenario kind of still remains for me, and this looks like a, it's going to sound ridiculous, but like a fake out of a fake out. So I still think the bullish scenario looks strong. It's got a bit of a ways to climb here, right? $4, a bit of a move. So if it does break down, right, I will be happy to chase it. So I trade 5 core names, right? SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft. And with those 5 core names, I have a lot of flexibility in how I'm willing to trade. With those, I'm maybe more like a bit more of a scalper. I'm a little bit more aggressive, and I can be more flexible with what I look for as triggers. So I'll play intraday setups on these that aren't kind of blueprint names or aren't kind of, like more, reacting to what the intraday price action is telling me, right? And then finding those intraday setups. In these other names, right, these are what I call blueprint names. So what that means, right, is that I have a plan on how to trade all these names, and then I'm just sitting and waiting for that plan to come together. So, right, sometimes you're going to get like days where you're gonna have a core name, right? That's also a blueprint name, right? And that gives us a lot of flexibility. But so let's just go over some of these blueprint setups, right? We're looking at this mRNA for this failed breakdown reversal, right? So tried to break down under this trend line a couple times, has not been able to do it, and kind of keeps consolidating, kind of keeps holding it, right? Might be ready to go. So if we can get a breakout over that 420, right, plus that inside bar, you have a lot of potential to kind of rip up. If we break down today and we kind of get under that 385, sorry, right, we can go towards that 380, then 375 area pretty easily. Again, if we do break down though, right, this is going to be on a half size kind of move. So we're looking for moves under that 384.30, right, and then that can go towards that 380, then looks like that 374 pretty comfortably. I still think my bias is here to the upside, right? On this mRNA, you had a ton of positive bullish catalysts, right, with that S&P 500 inclusion news, and now you keep getting all these extra stories of like a booster shot being required, or things like that, right? And so that's going to be really good for something like this mRNA. They're also starting to do new using that vaccine technology, right, for other diseases. I saw something like a HIV trial was going to be starting pretty soon, right? So the potential of this seems to be pretty incredible. So if we can get up and over that 420, I think that's a really strong breakout zone. And that has huge levels to play up. So you're going to move like 13, 14, 15 bucks at a time. And I'd expect some resistance at some psych levels. Okay, NVIDIA, really, really nice inside bar, right, after a really strong 3 green soldiers pattern on this wedge breakout. So he had that rip over that, say, 210 zone, right, towards that 215. Now we're trying to test that 220. So 3 green soldiers, doji, low vol pullback, right, inside bar consolidation day. So you can get that breakout over that 220.05. I think this thing can soar. Under that 215 zone, right, you can start getting those breakdowns back towards that 210. But I don't want to fight this trend too aggressively here yet, or at least the short-term momentum too aggressively here yet. So if we can get those breakdowns, right, under that 215, I'm happy to go for it, but I'm going to size down because I do not want to fight the trend at all. So let's see if this thing can go. Bias to the upside, but I will play puts here as well. Palantir is one that I want to see this thing go, but it's struggling, right? If for whatever reason, Palantir is not getting that institutional adoption here yet. I'm a little bit, I don't want to say surprised by it, because I think sometimes they don't want to be too involved with what retail loves so much. But if they can move up and over this, say, $26 area, right, this is a really nice period of consolidation, bouncing off this trend line, right, holding moving average. Now you can almost make the argument this looks a bit like a bull flag, or it looks like a sort of wedge. So when you get those breakouts, right, we have room towards that 27.50 zone. It might be a few days away, but I think this thing looks pretty strong. Right, Adobe yesterday, really tasty low vol pullback. So if we can get these breakouts over that 660, right, really nice psych level, low vol pullback under it, right, take out weak sellers at resistance, you have a really nice chance to run. So that's what we'd like to see there. Again, don't want to chase this if QQQ is going red. So if the market is weak and the market is selling off, I don't really want to chase that. Right, IWM, small caps here are looking like they might be ready to go. I like this setup a lot, but we got to make sure that the right risk reward is here. So like the levels we have to the upside, we're moving like 50, 75 cents at a time. And we need to make sure that all of our trades are always 2-to-1 risk reward or better, right? So if we're compromising on that risk reward, or we're not getting that right risk reward, right, we're not going to get that move towards that 220, right, 224 right away. So we need to make sure that we are getting that 2-to-1 to better. Otherwise, we have to shake ourselves out of this. Right? Netflix, really, really nice inside bar here yesterday. Kind of reminds me of kind of like that NVIDIA, right? Where you got that wedge breakout and then you get that 3 green soldiers, right? Period of consolidation. Well, I mean, the breakout here, maybe not as clean, right? Not as textbook of one, but you're getting a really nice inside bar, right, just under nice resistance. So you get that breakout over that 550, 560, right? You're going to start moving like 250 at a time. And then if you can get above that call it 558, right, you got a chance towards that 560 pretty quick. So I'd like to see if this thing can come together. Again, right, just like that NVIDIA, we're not going long if the market is going red. Okay, Pfizer, right? If we go bearish today, right, we want to make sure that we got something that we're prepared to trade. And this Pfizer could be that op for us, right? Looks to be a failed breakdown or kind of a failed breakout, right? Where we tried to make new highs over that $50 area and just could not hold. So now we're going to see if we can lose this shelf at this 48. Under 48, right, we go like 50 cents at a time towards that 47.50, then 47.22, then 47. This thing could move pretty quick if it does go. It's a cheapo though, right? So if you can play this, you don't have to play this with options. So if you can play this with shares, that might be the better move. Just give yourself, prevent yourself from getting head faked or that kind of stuff, right? It's not necessary, right? So if you can get that, you don't have to worry about the decay, right? And you can get that breakdown, right? I think you might have room down towards that 46 as a possible swing. But you're going to need the market to be cooperating there. Same thing, right? I don't want to be chasing this if the market is green and pumping, or if like mRNA or Johnson & Johnson is pumping. Need to make sure that at least that sector is weak, right? Or showing signs of pulling back. And it's not because like this thing won't move, right? But we've been struggling to get that follow through recently, right? In these breakouts, and you're not giving yourself a chance to get that follow through if the market is kind of stuck and not moving, right? You just can't logically anticipate that it's going to start coming. So that's we want to make sure that the market is cooperating here for us, right? Penn, I like this as a possible swing here. I think we have a really nice period of consolidation here, right? Going into a nice news catalyst, right? We've reclaimed moving averages, right? We've got a lot of possible like potential news on this, right? We're going into football season again, right? So I think these like sports books are a really interesting possible swing. Something like those 75, probably like 75 to 80 calls, 1 to 2 months out, could be a really interesting play here on Penn, right? Needs to get up and over that 75.21, I think, or maybe kind of this like 74.24 to get towards that 75. Last time I tried to play this Penn as a like kind of pure day trade, the option volume and the spreads were atrocious. So, like they were like 30% the spreads at one point, and so that crushes your gains if you catch a nice win, and it crushes you if you get stopped out. So you need to really make sure that you size your trade appropriately here, right? So my goal here is to size down significantly, right, and to make sure that I'm managing my risk and not getting crushed if this thing does go red. Okay, CCL. It's getting maybe really close to being my favorite setup of the day. I just love the way this looks, right? So 3 green soldiers, bounce off trend line, ascending wedge breakout pattern, right? Reclaimed sort of this like moving average, right? This EMA. So you can get that rip up and over that 24.30. I think you have a lot of potential up, right? Like kind of the next resistance zone looks to be like 24.70, right? And then like that 24.85. So you have a really nice, like I think a really nice opportunity here to kind of buy low. What has to be acknowledged, right, or has to be considered is that the Delta variant is going to be a restrictor on this trade, right? We're seeing a bullish breakout into what looks like negative news, right, or bearish news for travel names. But we're starting to see bounces in like Las Vegas casino stocks, right? We're starting to see bounces in hotel providers. So if that sector is starting to show us that they're shrugging off that news, or they're showing us that we're not as concerned with it, then I think this is a really good opportunity to give us that rip up. Other than that, we have a few other setups that look like they could be pretty strong, right? Something like this Amazon looks like it could be pretty good. CRM, DocU if things go red. DraftKings, right? We're talking about that pen strength. So we want to make sure that something like that DraftKings is also strong, right? Zoom might be slowly setting up a bit of a bear flag here. Right? If we can get that breakdown under that 330, right? Snap, nice 3 green soldiers pattern, right? So if we can get that breakout over that 76.50, right, later in the day, that could be something. So we definitely have a few interesting plays here if they can come together. And the meme stocks look like they are ready to rock and roll. So let's have a really, really strong day. Let's have a lot of fun. And you know, guys, please make sure you're asking a lot of questions and focusing on the right details. Number one priority is always going to be risk management, right? So as a default, remember that the bigger position size, the bigger stop loss you have to have, right? The smaller your position size has to be. So that's extremely important, and that needs to be priority number one, fundamental number one. Always give yourself a chance to make money, right? Risk management is the most important aspect if you want to be a successful day trader. If you're going to compromise on that process, or you're just going to start YOLOing trades, you don't stand a chance today. So I hope you guys are ready to have a big day. I hope you guys are ready to learn. Let's ask a lot of questions. Let's have a ton of fun, and let's crush it today. So now, right, if you guys are using the blueprint, right, for those of you who use TradingView, please check out my website, www.dtrtrading.com/the blueprint, right? And this has sort of all my top setups for the day, right, how I plan on trading them, right? So it looks like this, and you can just click this link, right, and you can go directly to the chart, and you'll be able to have this set up exactly the way I have it set up, with all the comments, right? You set your alerts, so you can just jump in right away, kind of cut down on your prep time. So hopefully, hopefully you guys find that valuable. If you have any questions about any of those blueprint setups, right, please let me know. We're now about, say, 20 minutes or so before market open, right? So you want to make sure that you have all your execution software up, right? Whoever your broker provider is, make sure that you have no issues in that side of things. And let's get ready for the day. I'm just going to make a quick cup of coffee. So if you guys have any questions, I will be back here in a couple minutes. But let's get ready to absolutely crush it today. So for those of you who are DTR guests, welcome. Thanks for joining us on DTR Wednesday. I appreciate if you guys would like and subscribe. It just helps more people get access to my channel. Everything on here is free to access, none of that kind of stuff. And you know, if you guys have any questions, right, please ask as much as you can, right? Right, there's no such thing as a dumb question. If you're thinking it, assume someone else is thinking it too, and they're just too embarrassed to ask. So there's no such thing as a dumb question here. I'm a monkey see, monkey do learner, and that's sort of what my objective is here, right? Show you guys how I trade, to show you how I analyze things, right? How I look at things, and hopefully that inspires you and shows you what's possible, right? What's achievable, and you know, how you can apply some of these things to your own trading style. You know, although you are going to see my trades live, and you are going to see them come together here, right? My objective is to teach you how to fish, not to fish for you, right? So, right, it's better if you trade your own ideas, right? Trade your own convictions, because you're always going to have more confidence in something that you came up with versus something that I came up with in general. So you need to make every trade your own. You need to understand kind of like some basic core principles, specifically kind of surrounding risk management and those sort of concepts, right? In general, you need to be able to, or you should just be sizing down your trades, right? The bigger the stop, right? The smaller the position, and that needs to be a kind of consistent muscle memory process. Other than that, guys, let's have a really good day. It looks like there could be some action, or I'm hopeful that there could be some action. And so I'm excited to see what today holds. If you guys have any chart setups or chart requests or things you're looking at, right, pop them in the chat. Let's talk through them. Let's see how they're setting up, and let's all make some money today. In general, I would describe myself as like a momentum scalper. So I like playing breakdowns and breakouts, and look to protect entry pretty quickly. You'll start to see the process, right, as trades come together. But just always remember, guys, it's easier to go from small size to bigger size than it is to go from big size, lose money, right, and then having to size down. So, right, manage your risk, right, manage your expectations accordingly or appropriately, right? You're not going to get life-changing money overnight. It's not going to happen overnight. Stack up wins, right? Compound your gains, and it'll happen really quickly. But you can't chase 100%, or you can't chase it all, right? Constantly, right? So size down, manage your expectations, be realistic, and let's have a really good day. I don't want to. Like, I want to make sure that we're avoiding like operational issues today, right? So no fat fingering of trades, none of that kind of stuff. No going huge position sizing when it's inappropriate. So make sure you're focused, you're ready to go. We're gonna crush it. There are a few things I'm looking at this morning, right? Something like this NVIDIA, I think looks really tempting, right? If you can go, I want to see a breakout more than a breakdown, right? So I move kind of up and over that 220. Right, something like this Netflix above that 555 looks pretty interesting, right? The CCL above that 224.30 looks really interesting. So we have a few setups here that look like they could be pretty strong, and now we're just gonna have to wait and see how the market reacts. Definitely seeing more bullish than bearish setups, kind of generally across the board. So if things do go red, right, we got something like this Pfizer, right? We can play this breakdown, or we can look to play the 5 core names. SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, and look for something like a Bollinger Band reversion or a kind of like a rejection plays, right? Where we know that the option volume and option spreads are going to be kind of in that sweet spot for us. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And so yeah, I'm hopeful we can just have a nice big day with those setups. I'm just gonna spend a few minutes, right, making sure all my alerts are set and they're good to go, and then we'll be ready for the trading day. I recommend everyone does kind of the same thing because there's just too many names to keep an eye on them all. So get the alert, right? Get your trigger, look at it, see how it's doing, and then make your decision. That's kind of what we're going for. And it's just too easy to overwhelm yourself trying to search through 30, 40, 50 names. So just set your alerts and be ready. All right. So yeah, we got a few nice setups here, right? See if we can get see what can come together for us, guys. But we're not going to want to fight the market today. So that's going to be the end of the day. Not going to want to fight the market, and let's see what comes together. That's it. We got 7 minutes to market open. So let's get ready. So we're not looking to catch anything here this first 5 minutes, right? We're not going to chase like that first 5 minute action. So if something triggers right off this opening bell, right, we're going to just take a deep breath, wait for it to kind of set up, and then see if we can jump in, right? So not going to force anything, guys, right off this opening bell, right? Market's giving us a lot of fakes, giving us a lot of grief. So we want to make sure that we're not doing anything, right? We're just not chasing the action, right, if it's not there yet. So a little bit of extra patience, right? Missing 5 minutes of the action is not going to hurt us or crush us in the long term. It's going to actually probably help us more than anything. So, right, let's focus on that. And that's not like the fund I used to work at, right? We weren't allowed to place trades in the first 5 minutes because there's a lot of kind of positioning that goes on inside that time period, right? So we'd turn on our execution algos, right? They would start clicking right after we filled out all the parameters and stuff like that, at 9:35, right? So it's not like this is a foreign or new concept. So that's why we're just going to do it for now. We're just going to make sure we're protecting our gains, right? Just risk management. That's always priority number one. Other than that, guys, I think there's a little bit of potential here, right? Please ask a lot of questions, right? If you got chart requests or something you're looking at, right? Pop it in the chat. Let's talk about it. Right? The more you guys ask, the more I can talk and the more I can share things. So ask as many questions as you can. And yeah, let's have a really fun day. No, my pleasure, Tony. My pleasure. Hey, Brian. Yeah, I do. So I do this for DTR members day in, day out. Wednesdays I do free streams. But if you're ever interested in checking us out, doing August is free for the remainder of August. So if this is something you want to spend a little bit of time learning, or you just want to get all the docs, feel free to sign up, check us out for a week, and then see if you want to stick around. No real hard sell here. I know the value of this room, and I think members would vouch for that. So yeah, feel free to check us out. Free for the rest of August. You have to sign up, and then you'll be you'd be charged on September 1st. Yeah, good question. So in general, it depends on the type of setup, Tony, right? So if I'm intraday, right, I like to go low of entry candle. So generally that tends to be my area, unless there's like a really obvious spot underneath. And then once we're kind of in, or once we're up a little bit on a trade, I'm a big entry protection guy with a trailing stop. All right, guys, so that's market open here. Just keep a quick eye on some things, right? Make sure nothing too crazy is happening off this opening bell. Right, so this NVIDIA is definitely going to be priority number one here, right? We're going to be looking for a breakout up and over that 220, right? Something like this Pfizer, okay, I am interested in possibly going short, but I need to see market giving us some bearish signals. Not quite there yet, and we want to make sure that we're waiting for this first 5 minutes. Something like this NVIDIA, maybe I might be interested in getting in a little bit earlier, but we need to make sure that we're not getting, there's not any big orders getting stuck at 220. No, I set that manually. So in general, when I use options, I try to keep it about 10% behind the price, and then just kind of keep pushing it. So if it runs, right, I have a really good chance of catching a big mover. If I get stopped out or get shaken out, I try to make sure that I'm protecting a decent sized win. right? I'm a scalper at heart, right? So I want to try to catch, you know, those 25, 30% moves, you know, instead of like going all out for 100%. Those big moves do happen, right? They happen from a good process, and I just want to make sure I'm just not the one chasing them. Okay, guys, this NVIDIA looks, I mean, really strong here off this open. Really, really impressive volume so far. Just wait for this breakout. Just wait a sec, right? 'Cause you saw a huge selling volume here, so it's a little bit of a fake out still. Just give it a second, right? Give it a second. Yeah, 10% difference between on the options, right? So if I'm up 10% on my option contract, I push my stop loss to break even, right? If I and then if say when it's up 10%, right, then I'm protecting. Sorry, when it's up 20%, right, then I'm protecting a 10% win. When it's up 30%, I'm protecting a 20% win, if that makes sense. So yeah, guys, decent size rejection there so far from NVIDIA. We'll come back to it. Okay, still have a couple minutes here, but this Adobe's a really nice potential setup here as well. So let's take a look. So for now on this Adobe, right, option volume just isn't there, guys, right? You're looking at, say, the 645 calls, or even say something like the 650s. The open interest is less than 500, so hard to justify. It's hard to justify kind of chasing these up. Yeah, good question. So in general, right, I try to find points of resistance, right? If they break on strong volume, right, and I see that volume kind of supporting that move, then I kind of generally feel like that's a strong point of resistance. All right, guys, just keep an eye on this NVIDIA here, right? This is going to be what we're watching off this bell, right? Really strong opening 5-min volume, good breakout, and, you know, that 220 order got wiped out. So I love this a lot. Going to be looking at probably the 225 calls here, right? So wait for this thing to close. Wait for NVIDIA to close here, right, on this first 5-minute candle. And we're going to be looking for entries kind of above that 221.26, right? So see if this thing can fill out just a little bit more. Okay, I'm watching this, guys. I'm watching this carefully, right? Looking for a break above that 221.26. Okay, I am in. I'm in this NVIDIA, guys, at 180. See if we can get that big breakout here now, right? Give us that big follow through. Right, stop loss is here. Red line, right? Stop loss is red line. So far, so good, though, guys. So far, so good. This thing is rocket shipping. Let's go, right? We're almost at entry protection mode here, right? Not going to worry about QQQ right now. Just focus on NVIDIA, guys. Focus on NVIDIA, right? Almost entry protection time. So let's see if we can get this thing to give us that follow through up towards that 222, right? Then that 225 areas. But we're at all-time highs, right? Making new all-time highs. So let's see if we can get that follow through. There it goes. Come on. Anyone else jump in this NVIDIA with me here, guys, or is that me rocking here solo? Let's go. Let's go. Nice. Yeah, so by default, guys, I always play this week's calls, right, unless stated otherwise. So just personal preference, right, different for everyone, right, but, right, just so you guys know, right, by default, right, I always look to play this week's calls. Let's see if this thing can keep going, but good start here so far. Good start here so far. Okay, pen might be getting close for that trigger as well, right? Looking for that 75.21 area, right? 75.21. I have to keep an eye on this. I'm not sure if this is if this is quite what we want to do here yet. Facebook's an interesting one here, guys, too. Just going to take a quick look at this. Right, this has got quite a bit of room up now here. So I like the 370 calls. All right, I am also now in this Facebook on these 370 calls, right? Half size, guys. This is a half size play, right? Half size play. This Facebook. Sorry, guys. This Facebook's looking really good. So we're getting pretty close to entry protection on this thing, right? Not quite there yet, but we are getting close. So not a bad start to the morning here. So yeah, 222 is good, right? We want to see it break out up and over that area. Okay, guys, Facebook, what a move. See if it can keep going. Be patient with this NVIDIA, guys. Be patient here. Right, here we go. See if it can go now, right? See if it can give us that breakout up and over. Okay, watch here, right? Watch here. Yeah, so that's why I love trailing stops, Tony, right? Once we're at entry protection mode, right, you remove the emotion out of it and you just let your trailing stop take care of it. But on this NVIDIA, right, your targets are 222, 225, 230. Okay, guys, so we're in two plays here, right? We're in Facebook and we're in NVIDIA. Both aren't quite at entry protection, but man, both are getting real close. I'd like to see these go, right? I would like to see this go. Here goes NVIDIA. All right, so now it's giving us that pop. I'm going to go entry protection time here, right? Because if it gives us that failed breakout and then sells off here, right, I can't, I don't want to be involved in that anymore, right? So my stop loss on this NVIDIA is going to be 185. It happens. It's really frustrating when it does, but it's unfortunately a part of the game. All right, guys, I am out of NVIDIA. I got stopped out. Right, so it feels like maybe a bit of a head fake, right? Can't hold that breakout here for now. So a little bit annoying. Still in that Facebook, right? See if we can come back to reality here a little bit. But still, nice little start to the day, right? Not a huge win on that NVIDIA, but enough to be okay with it. Let's see if Facebook can kind of go for us here, right? Indexes are not moving, guys, so that's going to make it a bit challenging to kind of assume we're going to get that follow through. So we're going to be patient here, right? We can't force it if it isn't there. Okay, so see if Facebook can start going, right? Like this thing has been a little bit of a struggle, right? So let's see if this thing can break out. Otherwise, just going to give myself a sell stop, right? Lock in a small win and move on to the next setup, right? Can't be greedy with these plays, right? Sometimes they're not going to run the way you want. Hell yeah, Rusty, well done. Well done. Right? Just stack up wins, right? Just stack up wins. Nothing else matters. Nice, green. Green on that NVIDIA. Anyone in this Facebook here with me? Right? Facebook and NVIDIA are kind of behaving the same way, right? They look really similar, right? Okay, fair enough. Yeah, if your entry was a little bit late, then yeah, then you're a little bit behind, but it's the way it goes sometimes. Nice, good man. That's a good. Oh man, you got a way better entry than me. So Brian, at this point, right, you should be considering entry protection mode, right? Don't let this trade turn red, right? That's okay. I mean, if you're in this, right, if you're in this Facebook, we have that exact same setup. So let's see if we can get this breakout up and over, right, this 368.70, and get that, give us that follow through, right, towards that 370 area. Good man, Brian. So those of you who are joining us, a little bit late, right? We are currently in Facebook calls, right? 370 calls, and we took a stab at NVIDIA. I got stopped out protecting a small win at entry. We're not getting a ton of follow through here on these rips up, right? And it's because indexes just are not moving, right? They are stuck in molasses. So when they're behaving like this, right, we can get, I don't want to say screwed, right, but you can't anticipate that much follow through. No worries, Brian. I actually don't use any scanners, right? It's all kind of just manual, right? So show you my watch list here, right? So I just have all these kind of names sorted in various watch lists, and just manually go through them, right, looking for the right pattern setups. In the meantime, though, guys, right, this Facebook is absolutely ripping. Hello, right? We're absolutely crushing it on this play. So stop loss for me now is going to be $2.10, right? I'm going to make sure I lock in a big win. I'm just going to keep pushing this up, right? Let's see if we can get this thing to 370 plus. Right, but this is a day-ending trade within the first 20 minutes of the market being open, right? You can't complain about this kind of action. So really, really fantastic start to the day here, guys. Let's go. Right, we got a bit shaken out of this NVIDIA. Okay, so be it, right? But still caught a really, really nice play in this Facebook, right? So not going to be able to catch everything, right? That's part of the game, unfortunately. But focus on the right things, right? Focus on the fundamentals. Focus on your process. And then you're going to catch more often than you don't. Okay, stop loss now. 215 for me on this Facebook. Hell yeah, Brian. Nice work. So yeah, stop loss 215 for me on this Facebook. Let's see how far this thing can keep running, but we're in great shape here. So let's see how it can go. Not a bad start to the morning here, guys. Right? Considering how slow and quiet these indexes are moving, it's really nice that we are getting a little bit of follow through in some of these names. Right, but because those indexes aren't moving, I'm not going to assume that these things are going to run up forever, right? So, right, like if the indexes aren't moving and they're choppy, right, anticipate the general market to be choppy too. Yeah, I feel you, Brian. It's been like last 2 weeks of August have been really, really frustrating. The conditions have been really bad. The volume's been really thin, and you get shaken out of so many stuff. So I understand the frustration. I'm right there with you. But yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, no hard sell, but this is why DTR is awesome. All right, guys, I am out of Facebook, out at 211. So hey, man, awesome, right? Nice win on NVIDIA to start the day. man, 30% win on Facebook to start the day. Like, let's go, right? Like, that's a fantastic way, right? Yeah, I feel ya. For me, July, I was seeing things really well. I had a mega July, but last little bit of August it's been a bit challenging. But that's the way it goes, right? Like, guys, um, tough markets lead to tough conditions lead to good conditions, right? I know it sounds ridiculous, but it's the unfortunate reality. So great start to the day here. Maybe keep an eye on something like this mRNA, right? This could give us a possible other setup. So great start, guys. Great start. I currently now have 0 positions open, and now just kind of see right after that kind of opening flurry, right? Let's see how this market wants to react. Switch to the 30-minute time frames, right? Get a little bit of context and see what those opens were like across the board, right? In the leading names, we're seeing actually a decent amount of weakness or a decent amount of indecision, which kind of tells us either going to get pretty choppy this afternoon or things are maybe going to be a little bit reversey. Something like that Tesla, this looks pretty gross to me. Like doesn't really give us much action in either direction. Yeah, like really nice breakout from this DraftKings, but at this point, I don't really know. Like, I think we've missed most of this move, right? Same thing with that pen. We were focusing on other plays, and so I think we missed a good chunk of that move. Yeah, now something now like that Facebook, right, seems to be selling off here a little bit and giving back moves. Did you catch them, Sim? So I had a swing position in this overnight. I got stopped out pretty much right at the open for this. Trying to play a gold swing on this bull flag and a huge rejection. So I'm done with this. I'm out. Took about a $200 loss on this play. Oh, hello, Sim. Well done. Holy. So if NVIDIA keeps running like this, right, wait for this 30-minute close, right? Give us that full body close that looks like this candle, right? So like this one furthest on the left, right? Give us that close on big volume, which we have, right? So volume and candles are telling us the same story, right? That gives us an opportunity for a really good possible entry. Let's take a look at that BA. Oh, and it bounced off trend line. I'd be careful here, Henderson. Let's see if you can get up and over that 223.20 area. But I think maybe it's feels a bit trappy to me, right? Failed breakdown to the downside. 3 green soldiers, but like a weak one. So I'd be a little bit careful here. Guys, I'm going to try to take another stab at this NVIDIA if it sets up here, right? Let's see if we can take a look. It's probably going to be something like... You look at the 230s, right? 230s look fine. You can still play the 225s again. Kind of just depends on what kind of price range you want to look at. Guys, this CCL is really interesting to me as well here. If it can give us that breakout, right, 15 cents away, give or take. So I like this a lot, right? Engulfing on previous volume, right? Nice hammer. So we know that this is the second strongest candle type, right? So we have a pretty good looking setup here if we can get up and over that 24.32. I think that looks pretty interesting. You'd want to wait though, right? Wait to that next candle. Wait for this thing to close and then open on that next candle. Right? So we're looking at CCL and looking at NVIDIA, right? Those are our two kind of 30-minute setups that look interesting. NVIDIA looking at the 230 calls, August 27th expiration. CCL have not looked at the option chain yet. We'll come back to that one a little bit later. I would put NVIDIA as a bigger priority because this volume profile is just a little bit nicer, right? CCL looks good, but we're still not bigger volume than any volume bar yesterday, right? Whereas with NVIDIA, we were bigger than any volume bar yesterday. So this is like a more impressive volume profile, right? Gives you more confidence that bulls are in control. Right, so now we're going to be looking for a breakout up and over, right, this 224.50 area, right? We'll wait this 30 seconds, right? Wait this 30 seconds. But, if on that start of that next 30-minute candle, right, that's kind of what we're going to be looking for. So have your order set up, ready to go. I will be ready to take a stab at this if it comes together. And again, I'm looking at the 230 calls. 230 calls. I think we may as well just push this up to 225, right? Push up our resistance to 225 because we're already so close to that level. So let's see how it reacts there, right? And then if it breaks up and over, we have a clear place for a stop loss. A pretty easy setup. Something like this Microsoft under this 301, guys, starts to get really tempting here, right? This is a BB breakdown type play. Right, so bands are really tight. You got bearish engulfing volume, right? Volume is biggest of the day. If we make a low under this, we're going to lose trend line, right? And we're going to lose that low. I think that could be a really interesting setup if something like this NVIDIA doesn't want to go. Right, Apple's giving us a similar look, but the Apple volume isn't nearly as strong as the Microsoft volume, right? So we still have a huge chunk of buyers here hanging out. Whereas with that Microsoft, you don't quite have that same thing. So we're looking at Microsoft under 301, and we're looking at Nvidia above 225. Hey Islam, what in Nvidia? So in general, right, right, like this for now is just a setup, right? We don't have that confirmation yet. So for me, confirmation occurs when we get that breakout over that 225. So I hope you get a little bit lucky, but I think you jumped the gun just a little bit early here. We're looking for that breakout over that 225 as our confirmation of this move happening. Like, you're doing really well on these, like they're killing it. And so really well done. But just be careful trying to front run things. We take stabs at them when we have our confirmation, not when we just have our setup. So this candle for now is just a setup until we get that 225 break. So remember, guys, every trade, right, needs to be setup, confirmation, execution. So if it's not that, you're kind of cheating yourself. You're compromising your process, and that's how you unfortunately lose money, right? That's how you get crushed. So we would like to avoid that kind of behavior, right? Yeah, that's fine, right? That's fine. We're going to keep an eye on this Nvidia because this is a stronger looking move, right? This is a nicer opening candle, right? Facebook's got a little bit of sellers here off that 30 min, right? At the very end, they kind of came in. So didn't really see that same action in Nvidia, right? Which gives you a little bit more confidence that it has a chance to run. But I think for now, maybe we're waiting a little bit to see how this market wants to react. Seems like QQQ and SPY are just a little bit stuck, and that might make things a little bit challenging. Yeah, let's take a look. I know I had an alert trigger for it. So yeah, I did break out up and over this this area, but I just feel like it needs a day consolidation after this huge day yesterday. This 20, like that's a huge move. So I just don't know how many legs it can have now. So that's my only real concern. Other than that, I think it looks reasonable, but I think this would be better as a swing than a day trade for now. So this range on the SPY, I mean, this is disgusting, right? This range, right? Opening 30 minutes, opening 40 minutes, we'll call it, right? 60-cent range, it doesn't give me very much confidence or very much joy, right, that we're going to get like a pump here or like a big move. Right, guys, so this is a really good reminder of why we don't try to front run trades, right? We talk about a lot of things and we mention them, but we always have to wait for that confirmation, right? So I always draw a line on the chart, right, where my entry target is and where I'm kind of looking to go from. And so I would recommend you guys do similar things, right? And there's a fine line between anticipating trades, right, and front running them. This is YouTube, right? So there's going to be always a slight delay on the stream. I stream at the ultra low latency, and that comes in at around 3 seconds, right? So there's always going to be a little bit of a delay. So you want to make sure that you are anticipating, right? That's why I draw my line out so you can draw the same line, right? So that if it does break, you're watching your chart, and then you hear me talking about it, right, as you enter. That's really the way this should be done here. I don't really believe in using indicators like MACD or RSI or stochastic. I think they can be extremely misleading, right? And so it's important that you guys don't use me as an indicator either, right? So if you're waiting to find out if I entered a trade and then you enter, you're late, right? You're maybe 30 seconds behind my entry price or you're whatever, and that skews your risk reward, right? That makes it more likely for you to be wrong, right? And so I can end that trade up green and you could end it red, and you're not going to understand how that happened. Well, it happened because your entry was poor and you were late, right? So if you want to improve your execution, right, and you want to get that right entry, you set your level, right? Either play it on the breakout or you wait to see the reaction. But you don't wait to hear if I'm in or I'm not. You guys need to make your own calls there, right? I hope that's fair, right? Like, I'm very transparent with what I show, but you guys are putting yourselves behind the 8 ball if you're waiting for me to give you the verbal okay. And that's going to slow down your learning, right? It's going to slow down a bunch of things that we would like to avoid. So maybe starting to look like things are going to go a bit bearish here, right? So let's see if we can get this Microsoft breakdown under that 301, right? So Microsoft is kind of now priority number 1. Under here, it looks we got room down towards that 298 area. So we have a lot of flexibility in how we can play this. Right now with this Microsoft, we want to make sure all right, I appreciate that, Brian. Thank you. No, but I just want to make sure, there's things to get frustrated about in trading, right? And being wrong on your timing is like the most frustrating thing, that can pretty much happen. And it's really easy to be late if you're waiting for me to say something, right? Or you're waiting to find out if I get in. If I draw that line, right, I'm looking for entries, right? So yeah, there's nothing really else there. Okay, so let's watch this Microsoft, guys. Watch this Microsoft. Let's see if it can go. I mean, NVIDIA still looks like it could be setting up here, right? Giving us a 15-min inside bar, right? That could be a nice catalyst. Low vol pullback, right? We know that this looks like the least bearish candle. So it certainly looks like weak sellers, right? If we can take those out, then I'd anticipate a little bit more follow through to the upside, right? So we're looking for moves above that 205, right? Confirmation is a break above 205, or 225, sorry, 225. Confirmation is a break of 225, right? Don't try to front run this early. Microsoft breaks down. We're looking for moves under that 301. Here, guys, let's keep looking at Microsoft, right? I'm going to be looking at the 300 puts here, right? So if we get that breakdown under that 301 area, right, I'm looking at the 300 puts. What I want to make sure, right, is I don't see any huge orders on the bid. So we want to make sure that we're not seeing any big buyers, right, defending this 301 zone. Or if we do, right, that they get taken out with some kind of momentum, right? We want to see them getting taken out with some enthusiasm. Again, I'm happy to play this in video if it breaks out over that 225. But this Microsoft looks like it might be a little bit closer, right? Kind of following this Apple play, right? We talked about how these both looked really similar at the time and how Microsoft looked stronger because the volume profile was a little bit better. So if this Apple continues to break down, you know, the logical thing to think is that this Microsoft is next on a very similar setup with a stronger volume profile. So let's see if this thing can come together, but it doesn't look too bad for now. Right, and we're only like a minute away too, right, from this potentially confirming as an inside bar. And that would be an extra little catalyst for this move down, right? That would be extra bearish confirmation, or extra little bearish piece of information. So inside bar is, it's got the blue dot here, right? So it's an open and close within the previous candle's previous range, right? So within the range of the previous candle. What that tells you is it's a period of consolidation, right? Where it's just like people loading up without being able to push the price in either direction. So generally if you get that after a breakdown or a breakout, it can look as like a sign of people reloading for the next move. Yeah, my pleasure, Mike. My pleasure. For now, yeah, I mean, nothing we can do, right? We can't force it if it isn't there. We're already green on the day, right? So we don't need to force anything, right? If it doesn't happen, if it doesn't set up, right? Emphasis, like, we can't get too greedy, right? It's been a pretty nice morning, caught a pretty nice win. So now we're just playing for dessert, right? We don't need to start going nuts, chasing big moves. If we can kind of get those, steady paydays, right, that we caught this AM. Those stack up well, right, and they give us a chance to make even more tomorrow, right? That's the beauty of it. I think this NVIDIA still looks pretty good, right, if the market goes kind of bullish, right? So we have a really, really good chance. Nah, it's okay, right? Like, it's just important to acknowledge this, right? The greed is something I struggle with too, right? The primary reason I use trailing stops is because I can get a little bit greedy thinking that everything's going to go to 100%. So if I use the trailing stop, right, it removes that decision making from me, right? So that's part of the game. That's how it goes. Just got to be something you're aware of, right? And understand that That's what makes trading really hard, is fighting that emotion. So I'll be looking at the NVIDIA 230 calls. We get a breakout over that 225, and there's no like big sellers sitting on that level, right? If we can get up and over there, then I'm very much interested in this play. What was fantastic about having that Microsoft setup and having that having this NVIDIA setup, right, is we had a way to play this in either direction, right? Or in theory, right? I mean, we could still chop about here and not get anything, but we had a setup to the downside, right, and a setup to the upside. So we didn't really care what the market did. We had a plan on how to trade it in either direction, and generally that's the way you kind of want to go about things, right? Just let price dictate terms to you. Have a way of being able to trade things both ways, and then take advantage of it when it comes together. Okay, so let's watch here, guys, right? Let's watch. Yeah, it's what we want to see, right? So 225 is going to be a bit of a psych level, right? If you're a seller, you might put hang out an order in that area, right? So we need to see how strong they want to defend it, right, before we look to enter. So let's see how this comes together, right? But so far, so good. So far, so good here. Um, so I have my core five, right? So I have my SPY through Microsoft, and then generally I find like 20 or so other tickers that look like interesting setups, and I wait for those to trigger. Um, My objective generally is to find 10% win or better a day. That's it. So if I get that, then I know that I can kind of compound my gains and stack up wins and kind of achieve all my goals if I'm able to get, kind of do that. So everything above that is just a big bonus essentially. So really, if I could just get 10% trade a day, I'd be super happy. If I can get a little bit more, I'm buzzing. A little bit surprised by the weakness from Apple here. Like, kind of not what I was anticipating, especially this Microsoft, right? Kind of just hanging out. So, be curious to see if Apple becomes a bit of a leading indicator here for what the market wants to do in this next, say, hour or so. Because this is a bit of an outlier move from a very important name, right? So, you don't want to chase this down if the market doesn't really want to know what it wants to do. But if Apple's showing you that signs of weakness, right, maybe the market's going to start following it, pretty soon. Maybe that'll be that Microsoft, right, is going to give you that next leg down, right, if it can set up. So let's see how it can go, right? See if we can find something that looks strong for us. And we'll see how this thing comes together. But I still think we could probably play this NVIDIA right above that 225 and that Microsoft under that 301, right? They still look in play even if they're not happening right away. I think there's a very common misconception with trading that a lot of new traders struggle with. And it's the crave for action, right? Trading is a lot of fun, and having a position on can be very intoxicating and very exciting. So it's important to understand that the desire to have fun doing our work shouldn't compromise our process in doing it, right? Having a trade on is like the reward for the hard work you do in the run up to it, right? The waiting for the position, the analysis, the figuring out where your stop loss needs to be, doing all those sort of things, right? That's all the hard work you got to do before, and then entering the trade is the fun part. So don't skip steps and just jump to the fun part, right? Delay your gratification, right? Focus on bulletproofing your process, and then the fun part will actually be a lot of fun. Well, where are you guys all joining me from today? You guys from Twitter, from Reddit, from my Discord? Where are you guys joining us from? Nice. Nice. All right, good. Nice. Well, hope you guys can learn a lot today. Right? Ask a lot of questions, right? Don't be shy. So I'm starting to bias is starting to lean towards the downside a little bit here. I think breakdowns are maybe the most likely. Right, something like this Tesla, right? Bit of a fake out here above, and now we're getting some weakness, right? Continued weakness from Apple, right? And general indexes are kind of hitting resistance and then dying. So I think in general, maybe my bias is to the downside a little bit. Let's see if we can find something that triggers, though, right? See if we can find something that triggers. No rush here, guys. We're sitting on a nice green day. No rush to give anything away. How long has everyone been trading for here? Nice. That sounds like a typical story, Mike. I've heard that one before. Right, so this Apple, right, continues to show us tons of weakness. Okay. That's a brave way to start. Well done. All right, so I'm watching Microsoft here again, guys. I think those 300 puts might get interesting. Something like this Nvidia, bit of a low vol pullback, but not the greatest of not the greatest looking candle. Let's see if we can get a rip up and over, but this is no longer as exciting to me. Yeah, it's a painful lesson, but happens too. I blew up my first trading account. It happens. So this DraftKings looks a little bit like, it looks tempting, guys. But the levels to the upside here are a little bit wicky, right? So we're entering into a bit of a resistance zone where it becomes unclear of where the kind of like obvious point is, right? And so I would like to avoid this to the upside. Wait till that $60 area clears, and then it maybe starts to look or kind of open back up a little bit. For now, I'm tempted to play continuation moves on this Apple under this 148.50 And I still like these Microsoft puts under this 301. So I'm tempted by both those. So I got to think about the Apple for a sec, but this Microsoft I for sure like. All right, so man, this Apple looks really tempting to me. Okay, so staying away from this for now, right? Not giving us that reaction we're looking for on that test, right? So gonna be patient, but staying away for the time being. I will be interested, but I need to see. For now, it kind of looks like dip buyers are trying to protect it a little bit more than I'd like to see. So I'm going to stay away from that for the time being. I still think this Microsoft, right, looks a little bit primed. This Apple looks a lot better now, guys. 149Ps are going to be what I'm looking at here if we can make a new low. Okay, not yet, right? Not yet. All right, I am in Apple puts, 149 puts at 136.7. 136.7. Come on, Apple. Let's see if it can start moving here. Bit of a slow one, but not an awful shape yet. Let's see if this thing can break down. About 5 cents away from my entry price. Let's see if it can go, right? The sooner things can break down, or the sooner they start moving in your direction, generally the stronger they are. So I'd like to see this Apple start going. Right, Microsoft still taking her sweet time, but markets are maybe cooperating just a little bit, just a bit choppy, a bit slow, and that could be making this Apple play just a little bit harder for us than it needs to be. But let's see if we can get that breakdown continuation. All right, here we go. Now we're starting to move. So now let's see if we can get that follow through to the downside, right? And really lock in a nice big morning here, guys. Like I said, I'm in this Apple from 136.7. So let's see if we can get that follow through, right, towards somewhere fun. Right? Microsoft isn't that far away either, guys, right? So Microsoft is like 35 cents away. So if we could get this double play here, right? This could be a double play. So be focused, be ready. If Microsoft gets down under that 301 area, right, it looks like a very interesting possible short. All right, see if this Apple can start moving here, guys, right? See if we can get this thing to break down. Not interested in that Bank of America at the moment, right? Let's see if this thing can break down. All right, here we go. This thing's starting to move a little bit, right? Anyone else catch this with me, or am I in this thing solo? Wow, it's I have to buy me jewelry after a statement like that, Brian. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Right, this thing's coming together, right? Really stacking up here, almost 10%. So don't let this go red, right? Not quite there yet, but have a good chance still, right? Have a good chance. It's coming together nicely for us, right? See if this thing can keep breaking down. So for those of you guys who aren't members, right, this is what a typical day in DTR looks like, right? Not every day is going to be monster winners, monster plays, right? But you stack up 10%, you stack up 15% here, 20% there, right? All of a sudden you start having really, really big days. And now you're trading in like a sustainable, you're trading in a sustainable way that's repeatable kind of throughout any market conditions, right? When things are nice, you get those big wins, but when you start chasing them and you start going for home runs right away, you just blow up. Bad things happen to you, right? Chasing moves that aren't there. So if you be patient, right, be a little bit disciplined, work with people who have that same mindset, you learn a lot and you make a lot more money. I think that's really the simple reality. So like this is, I hope my members, right, will vouch for me and say that that's the truth. But that's, if you aren't a DTR member, right, this is, all the proof I would think you need, right, to want to join. And we stream like this day in, day out. So if you want to learn more and you want to experience more, offering a free day 7 trial, right, till the end of August. So come check us out, right? You got nothing to lose. You're going to get an email before it gets renewed, right? So feel free to check us out, guys, right? Stream like this every single day. So guys, I am in entry protection mode here on this Apple. My stop loss is 140, right? So worst case Ontario, I'm just gonna get like stopped out for a scratch trade, right? Nothing to lose essentially. So at this point, right, I'm willing to see if I can get lucky, right? Get that follow through on minimal risk, right? So risk has essentially disappeared from my decision making now, and I can see if I can get that oomph, right, that we're looking for, that breakdown that we want, that gives us that big payday. But we're in a situation now where can't lose, right? So doesn't mean I'm going to be greedy or anything like that, but I can let this thing go, or I can be stopped out at 140 and still be happy that I'm green, right? I think another big thing, right, that people struggle with mentally is they try to get the most out of the trade or the most out of the setup, right? And they tried to catch the slide from all the way to the top to all the way to the bottom. And I just don't think that works. Like, it's too hard to constantly catch the top, too hard to constantly catch the bottom. So instead, focus on trying to get the most out of yourself, right? So if you feel like you struggle with that greed, or you struggle with closing positions, you close positions too late, okay, close your position now, right? Lock in a nice win, walk away. You're making money, right? You can't complain. If you, right? So, like, design systems and processes, right, around your personality, around your skill set, and the things that you're good at, and you're going to find a lot more success as a trader. If you focus too much, or you obsess too much about eking out every last penny or every last cent, you're missing the point, and you're failing in the psychology side of things, right? You're getting greedy. You're too obsessed with the outcome, right? Become process dependent, and everything else will take care of itself. All right, so I'm out of Apple, guys. I got stopped out for a $60 win, right? Protecting entry, didn't want to break down, didn't want to give us that follow through. So can't force it if it's not going to move, right? We can't control what the market does, only how we react to it, right? So don't get greedy. Don't try to hold on to something that isn't breaking down, and when the market isn't kind of giving you that same follow through, right? We talked about before how it's really challenging to trade at the moment, because stuff like the SPY and QQQ are getting stuck in these like really, really baby ranges, right? So as long as they stay in these baby ranges, it's really hard to get, or to like anticipate that you're going to get big follow through in either direction, right? So don't start holding on to this thinking that this is still going to go down towards that 146 area, right? Because the market's not telling us that we're going to get that follow through. So took a stab, took a shot, right? Removed our risk. Got stopped out for a small win, so be it, right? But the process was good, and the market just didn't cooperate with us, right? That happens. But don't be like holding on to a hope and prayer that it's gonna react to you, right? Trade the chart, not your emotions. That's why you can learn, Brian. This is why you can learn, right? Been doing this for almost 8 years, and there's been a lot of bumps and bruises along the way, and right, like that's the point of being right, working with a room, right, working with someone like myself, because I can help you, right, to learn the way I learned, right, to build those good habits, to change your thinking a little bit, because to be a successful trader, you kind of have to think a little bit differently than what is natural, right? And that's a really, really hard thing to learn. So, like, in general, guys, like, there's a statistic. That's why I use the 10% rule on my options, right? So it's something like if an option sells off, an option contract sells off 10% or more from your entry price, you're something like only making money on 30% of those plays. Like it recovers yours and then makes you money 30% of the time. So if you're up 10% and then it retraces back towards your entry, right? It's getting back past your, it's getting back past that 10%, 30% of the time, right? So if I get stopped out, I get stopped out, right? It just wasn't ready to go or it just didn't have the legs anymore. But I took a shot, I removed my risk, and on to the next one, right? Your edge gets applied over, right, hundreds and thousands of trades, right? Not over tens of trades. So, right, sometimes you gotta cut it short, move on to the next one, and that's just part of the game, right? We saved ourselves, right, by getting out at one. So I'm in at 137, out at 138, right? Not exactly an exciting trade, but now those 149 puts are at 119. So, and they moved very quickly in the opposite direction when you couldn't get that momentum to the downside. So always got to be thinking about how you can protect your account, not thinking about how I can make the most for my account, right? Protect your account, build up your process, you're going to find growth. So for those of you who want to join, right, this is the website, join DTR. It's $250 a month with a 7-day free trial. You get this access all day, every day. Access to the Discord where I post alerts. So if you like have a day job or you can't watch the stream all day, you get that alert and you can come in and know when to tune in, right? And then you also get access to the all the DTR documents, right? And we're always adding stuff here. And this is all like my strategy docs, right? All my execution rules, everything that I'm looking at. So Apple looks okay. We'd like this hammer to go green though, Henderson, right? I want to see formally that buyers have completely regained control. I generally hate trading red hammers. Man, these days, SPY moves comically slow. It's unbelievable. So this SPY breakout feels a bit limp, right? Like if it's gonna get up and over this 448.57, call it 448.60, it just feels limp to me. Like, yeah, I don't. I feel it's a little bit trappy, or at least like. Nothing here tells me that this is going to be like a violent breakout up and over. Good chance I could be wrong here, right? Who knows? But every time seem to be getting up into this area, right? We seem to just be getting stuffed. So that makes it a little bit challenging just to have the confidence, right, that it's going to go more than anything else. Right, like we're just kind of running out of juice here a little bit. Like nothing really looks like it wants to move that much here at the moment. So just kind of hanging out, right, sitting on hands, not going to force any trades that aren't there. We're going to continue to be responsible, disciplined traders. Right, this NVIDIA might be setting up for another 225 test. That could certainly be interesting. Certainly would like that more than this SPY breakout. Ooh, that's an interesting question. Let's check. It's got some work to do. Definitely has a chance. The volume's okay, right? Because you got 2 out of the 4 above average. What I don't like is this. I'll draw it here 1 sec. I hate these 2 candles. Tell me 2 very different stories. And so a little bit of pause. The other thing I don't like is these 2 wicks here, right? This one. That just tells me that all I see above this 320 is sellers, right? All I see above this 320 is sellers. So I think for now, I'd rather be patient and sit this one out. So I think we're selling into too much evidence of sellers stepping in. Um, if you can get like a nice reversal candle, maybe this could be a better short opportunity than a breakout spot. Not a ticker I've traded before. What's the ticker, Sono? That volume's nasty. Really thin volume, no thank you. I think there's better things you can play lottos on, right? And so no real conviction on this SPY breakout, right? Up and over. It's kind of what we were expecting, right? So we're just gonna hang out. There's nothing there to do, nothing to force, right? If a play's not there, a play's not there, guys. So I'm sitting on hands for now, right? Let's see if something will set up, but not gonna force it if it doesn't, right? So we're just hanging out for now. Can you clarify that question a little bit? Like generally, like if I'm playing a tech-heavy name, something like this Apple, for example, right? It's gonna have, I think in the SPY, it's like a 5.5% weighting. In the QQQ, it's like 3.5, something along those lines, right? So if Apple's supposed to be strong, right, then I would like to see SPY to be strong, right? I'd like to see QQQ to be strong, right? Because you just want things to be telling you the same story, if that makes sense. Right. So generally, right, if the market is stuck in a really, really tight range, right, that's your clue that other names aren't going to give you like that follow through, right? So if the market is stuck in a dollar range or a 60-cent range or whatever it is, for me that I just look at that as that warning sign that okay, if I do take a stab at something, I need to be kind of realistic with my expectations and expect and respect, I should say, that this isn't going to be a huge win, right? That this has to be something I have to scalp or I have to be quicker to take profit on, right? So it can be a really good clue for what kind of like market conditions you're going to get. So yeah, if the market feels stuck, right, then a lot of your plays will probably end up getting stuck as well. Right? So same logic, right? If the market's moving slow, right, your plays are going to move slow, right? So adjust your expectations to kind of to suit what the conditions are or what they're kind of telling you. Yeah, no, my pleasure. Good question. So not really looking at too much here, everyone, right? Like the only thing that looks like could give us a possible trigger is this Nvidia. Uh, everything else, right? We kind of expected there to not be any strength on the SPY on this breakout, right? Still kind of holding up like that, right? So nothing for me there. Maybe there's Apple, but like again, these are kind of these two candles are telling you two different stories, right? So I would like a little bit more information before this thing starts going. Before I'm interested in being bearish again. So we're kind of just hanging out for now. I'm not really in a rush to do anything. Right? Maybe something like this Pfizer, kind of looking a bit like, make that argument a bit of a bear flag, right? Bit of a wedge. We get that breakdown under that 46.90 area, right? That could start to get pretty interesting. So we're kind of just hanging out. I hate taking trades in this lunchtime period, right? Into that 12 p.m. to 1:30 Eastern. Volume dries up, and they just kind of kill premiums on a lot of names. So it's generally not a time I trade. I generally recommend people not to trade that as well. So now we're kind of just sitting and waiting, right? Sitting on a nice green day. Myself personally, it's $3,400 day, so no real complaints. Most of that came in that Facebook play with the little scraps in Nvidia and Apple, right? That was the other one we took. So not a bad little morning here. If you find a nice little play, that would be fantastic, but nothing to force, right? Nothing to force. Right? If this Apple gives us that inside bar here close, right? Kind of towards that, say, 419.20, 419.25. Sorry, 148.20, right? 148.25, right? Gives us around there. Then it sets up a really nice, inside bar breakdown, right? That sort of invalidates this kind of wick, right? Otherwise, we're kind of sitting on hands, guys. Just sitting on hands. So if we get something nice, right, we'll go after it, but nothing to force. So, DTR guests, right? How do you guys feel about this morning's action, right? Do you guys kind of understand uh, sort of my trading style, right? How I do things? Um, do you guys understand the support, setup, confirmation, execution system? Is that something you'd like to hear more about if you're unfamiliar with it? Um, any kind of questions about how things went this AM or what we did or why we did them? And then any kind of specific strategy questions. Happy to go over those. So on this Apple, right, would have liked to have seen this close just a little bit lower. This thing could break down, but it's not that convincing for me. Uh, Across the board looks okay, right? Something like this, Nvidia could still go, but I think we're running out a little bit out of time. I'd rather wait, see if it can break out in the afternoon, right, closer towards power hour versus now. So yeah, I'm just sitting on hands here, guys. I'm sitting on hands, making lunch in the background. So I am still here, but I don't anticipate placing any trades here before 12 p.m. So interesting question. Um, I wouldn't quite say that would be the move I'd be looking for yet on this Apple, right? If you can get a break, say lose this trend line here, right? So say we got this July 8th through through August 19th trend line, right? If we can kind of lose this spot, right, and then lose this moving average, I think that could be your setup for that like September sell off, like you're talking about. But generally, I hate like I hate sweeping statements like that sometimes because eh, it's not the it's not like the most convincing data point, right? Like it's almost a coincidence type thing. Like in the run up into iPhone sales, like so it's not something I put too much stock into. But if we say lose this trend line, right, and then we start breaking down, right, then Apple starts looking really interesting as a uh, like possible, yeah, bear swing, like you're saying, right? So in general, like I'm of the belief that news supports the path of least resistance, or that like patterns, right, come out to support the path of least resistance. So if we lose trend line, right, and then and Apple sells off, people are going to say it's historically weak in September, instead of saying, okay, well no, we actually lost like a pretty important area of support, and right now it's just trying to find where that next area is. So I, I have mixed feelings about those kind of statements, and I'd rather just like trade price than trade news. Oh, my pleasure. Yeah, yeah. It's yeah, there's a lot of noise out there, right? Like for me, the most important thing is always going to be price. Uh, Nothing else really matters, and I think things come out to support that, and then we look for like justifications, easy justifications. Um, yeah, so hopefully that helps. So this Microsoft, right, talked about this 301 level kind of around that 10 o'clock hour, right? This is kind of looking a bit like a bear flag, right? So I don't want this going yet because I hate the time of day, right? Time of day feels a bit trappy. But if this thing could break down, 1:30, 2 o'clock, give me a little bit more consolidation, right? That could be a really nice setup for the afternoon. But in general, it's hard to like have that much optimism in this play as long as the market continues to remain very stuck, right? So we're still not getting that much movement, right? All things considered, right? Still a very, very small range day. And you're not, just for whatever reason, right? Bulls are not showing us that momentum. They're not showing us that desire to push things forward, right? So I don't know if that means we're going to sell off. It's too early to say, right? But you'd think that hey, we're making new all-time highs on like 3 green soldiers patterns, right? On pattern breakouts, that those would be a continued bullish catalyst, right? So for now, caution, I think is kind of what you need to see. Like I'm seeing like yellow lights, not quite red, right? Not quite flashing green, just kind of yellow. right, guys. So, like this Microsoft maybe looks like it could go. I'm not like that enthused by it or like that excited by it, by any means here. And like I say that because, right, market is either telling us indecision, right, or it's telling us green here, right? So SPY's green, right, still small range, right? QQQ, small range, but like indecision. So that doesn't give me like, if it was like red and indecision, right, then you can think, okay, this has got a little bit of a better chance of selling off and giving you that follow through down towards that 296 area, right? But because we're strong, right, and indecisive, it's like not. It's harder to convince yourself, right, that the market is supporting your bearish thesis. So if you do, right, if you decide to take this play under that 301, go for it. Not going to tell you not to, but size down appropriately, right? So if you have extra uncertainty, if you have extra risk you have to stomach in a setup, right? You need to size down your plays, limit your risk, and just kind of almost treat it like a bit of a lotto, right? Lotto size. So, right, because you're working against too many things and not putting yourself in that like best situation, right? So if you really, really feel like you have to take the trade, fine, but go really small size, right? Like 1/10 of your max position size, or quarter of your max position size, and still be very disciplined with how you choose to manage an intraday, right? Don't just let it expire worthless, right? Still use a stop loss, still do all those sort of things. For myself personally, right, I have no interest going into lunch, and I think I want to trade everything, right, following kind of what the general market is doing, right? I don't want to trade against that. And for now, the market looks a little bit stronger, right, than it does weak, and it's not by much, right? But it's enough to kind of keep me from really wanting to jump in. It's annoying that something like this pen ran without us. This would have been a monster today. But that'll be one for another time. Not going to be able to catch everything all the time. That's a part of the game. So, is what it is. Anyway, guys, I'm going to take off for lunch here. Go for a run and eat something. So, I'll be back always around 1:30. And, so I'll be back around 1:30, and we'll get after it again then. I tend to not take any trades over that lunch period anyway, right? Volume dries up, like I mentioned. So see you guys at 1:30, and hopefully we can find some nice setups and just keep crushing it, right? 3 for 3 day. So no rush to give anything away. And yeah, let's make sure that we finish the day green. All right, talk to you guys in a little bit. right, guys. So looking at this Microsoft, right, that alert just triggered. I mean, pretty good increase in volume on this breakdown. I just kind of wish it happened a little bit later, right? Let's see how this thing closes. If this volume can kind of keep stepping in a little bit, right? Only have a $1.30 left on this 30-minute candle. So let's see how this holds, right? See if it's not a fake out, right? QQQ's okay. SPY still looks relatively strong. So if you do want to take a stab at this, bear flag breakdown or kind of continuation move, you do want to go in on smaller size. Like that's 100% the bias here, right? And if you're sitting on a green morning, right, your objective now for the remainder of the day is to make sure that you don't go red, right? So you want to spend all that hard work, all that energy, all that emotion on going green, right? Let's not give that away because we're being greedy or because we want more from something, right? So let's, if this Microsoft does break down, does kind of stay in this area and gives us an entry, it's going to be on small size, right? Nothing that can be catastrophic or anything that can make our days go red. All right, guys, I'm going to take a small stab at this with the 300 puts. Just keep waiting here for a second, right? See if we get a retracement back towards that 301 area, right? If we can get a fill around there, I think that could be pretty interesting. Otherwise, right, I have no reason to want to rush into this. All right. So seeing a lot of sellers stepping in, right? I think it looks like like it's got a chance to go down here. So I am in, guys. All in about 1/5 size, So really small stab at this. Stop loss is going to be just above this 301 area. So about a 25 cent stop. And then let's see if we can get that follow through. I am in at 121.7 on those 300 puts. Hey Paco. Not sure yet. Like it might be a little bit slower. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on it. But we're getting a very slow moving day from the indexes. So generally that keeps things down a little bit. Some of these leading names are giving us some setups. So maybe we'll find something there. Like this Nvidia, right? If it can give us that breakout over that 225, this has been a really nice period of consolidation, right? So if we can get that breakout now, certainly looks like it could be an interesting play. So we'll see, right? We'll see what else can come together here for us. But that Nvidia looks really, really tempting for sure. I am currently in Microsoft puts on this bear flag breakdown. It's one from the chat, but it's been taking a long time to kind of set up, right, on this 301 break. So a little bit offside on this, but on really small size. So about 1/5 sizing on this play. And yeah, let's see if we can get that breakdown. Nice morning though. We had a 3 for 3 morning. So hopefully we can kind of keep that momentum going in the afternoon. It's been a little bit nicer to trade today. Tesla's starting to break out, which is a bit surprising to me. Two decent rejections here so far today, right, for a move up. So I wouldn't trust this breakout here too much, or at least not yet. You'd like to see quite a bit of conviction in for it to hold, because right now you just don't have that evidence of it doing that. So it's why we're not chasing or why we're not looking at this play yet, right? Two failed higher highs, even though it's kind of now breaking up and over, because it's already shown that extra weakness, right? We need to be a little bit more like assertive, or just a little bit more demanding of what we consider to be a sign of strength here. Right, I still really like this NVIDIA. This for me is number one. So let's see if this thing can come together. I am hanging out in this Microsoft. My stop loss is up here, right? That 301.16. So let's see if we can get that breakdown. Like I said, in really small size here, so not watching it too closely at the moment. Right, Apple's showing us really good weakness here. Right, it had that kind of shelf, and now it's starting to break down. She talked about earlier how we kind of expected Apple and Microsoft to kind of move together. So let's see if that does happen for us, and we can get that follow through to the downside. QQQ's had a, crazy boring day, in all honesty here, right? We kind of got like a little baby trend line here, if you want to call it that. But it kind of feels like you're grasping at straws a little bit. So it's a bit challenging for this afternoon, right? If we're not getting that much of a directional cue, or we're just not getting that much of a range. Right, we're going to hang out for now and see if something sets up for us that looks strong. But again, right, we're not going to force something if it isn't there. So I'm about to get stopped out of this Microsoft play, it looks like. So if that alert goes, I will look to close my position. I don't see any swings, nothing yet. I was looking at a GLD play previously, but I got stopped out of that. Sorry, 1 sec. Let me just take care of this quickly. All right, I'm out of that Microsoft now, guys. So, right, gave back a little bit there. Nothing crazy. Took a stab, right? Manage my risk. Don't give anything away crazy, right? This is a numbers game, guys. So, right, you manage your risk, you catch your wins, everything else takes care of itself, right? But yeah, sorry, back to that swing question. So, nothing really, the problem is right now is it's not really paying to swing trade, right? We're not getting like super big gap ups. Like we're in a like we're getting some decent action intraday, but we're not getting many gaps. So it's tough to it's tough to justify. Like we're not the overnight action is so thin that swing trading like it. I think right now you're giving away too much on the decay when there might be just longer term theses you can play out on an intraday basis. Right, because you're just not getting any gap ups or like not very consistently at least, right? So that's it. Like I was looking at this GLD play and I took a stab at it and I actually ended up having to close it on a stop loss. But this is a nice well, it looked like a bull flag to me. So this setup I like. It could still be in play, right? But we need to now get a bounce off of this trend line, then a break above that 169.25 zone, right? Then we've got room towards that 171, right? And then we can fill towards that 175 pretty quick. I was expecting it to kind of maybe run a little bit easier than this. And I played this with shares, not with options. So if it takes another stab, I'm going to go for it again. And yeah, so that's really the only swing that I have my eye on at the moment. And this is a little bit of a hedge play too. If Penn can give us that double inside bar breakout, we've got room towards $80 above that 79.35. I think that could be something to watch here for the afternoon. All right, looking something like that. Then you move towards that $80 pretty comfortably. So I like this a lot. And right, really nice breakout. Bullish engulfing on volume here, right? Then inside bar, inside bar. I feel like this thing still has some legs. So Penn is going to be pretty high up there, I think. This is going to be a nice looking play if we can get that continuation. You're asking about swings, right? Something like this Penn could be, but I wouldn't play this with options. I would play this with shares if you're going to want to swing this. Give yourself time to play out football season pretty much. I think it's a combination of things. Like this Pen can be it's a little bit fickle sometimes, right? And the option volume is not very impressive. So that always scares me a little bit. But it's also pretty cheap, and it can go like you're buying it at such like a relative low that you have so much room up. Like you can double this by end of year, right? By kind of end of football season potentially, right? If everything goes perfect. And that way you don't have to have as much stress managing it. And the price, right, it's $80. It's it's still like reasonably cheap enough where you can get on decent exposure without having to take on unnecessary leverage risk. Like if you don't have to use options, don't use them, right? If you can, just dealing with all the Greeks and dealing with all the decay and that kind of intraday volatility gives you more, right? Gives you more to gives you more flexibility with how you can trade it. So DraftKings we were watching too. Yeah, it has rejected at 60, but kind of looks like it might want to give it another go, right? Sellers are not exactly coming back with any strength here. So still might be in play. Penn, I like this a lot if you can give me that double inside bar, right? The closer this thing can break out to power hour, the better. So, if you can get a move from like that $79.40 to that $80, like I'm sure today the volume is pretty good on these options. So we shouldn't really have much of an issue. Yeah, right. So you're going to deal with some spreads that are a little bit bigger than you'd like to see. So you probably want to look at something that are going to be like the 75 calls, right? And give yourself a little bit more flexibility that way. Yeah, just like my hesitation with Penn is I took a play at this once, intraday play, and kind of like this, I had a big move or whatever, and I played some like relatively, say we were like where the price was now, right, 78.50. I played like the 79 calls, right, in that example. And the spreads were pretty tight. They were like 10% or so. And then by the time I got out or was ready to exit, right, they catapulted to like 30. So I caught like a pretty big move. And I like 65% move or something like that. And I had to give back nearly half of it in the spreads. So that was why my bias is towards playing the shares here in general, just because I got a little bit burned by just them being a little bit sneaky in the past, right? I think something like this DraftKings maybe has a little bit less meme potential, right? So it maybe moves a little bit nicer, a little bit more reliably. But like Sim is saying, it's kind of starting to look a bit more of a nasty rejection, or at least like short-term rejection of that $60 mark. What we want to see though, right, is that this volume and this candlestick tells us the same story. So we know that this candle pattern, right, or this candle body shape is like the most bearish we can get. But if you think sellers are really strong, right, you'd think that there'd be a high number of sellers, right? There's strength in numbers in this game, and we're not really getting that much strength in volume here yet, right? So at the moment, right, this looks kind of nasty, but the body and the volume aren't telling us the same story. So we need a little bit more information here before we can kind of figure out if this 60 area is going to be that sell or that hold. Okay, so now like Sim was saying, right, DraftKings is Penn is starting to catch up to DraftKings a little bit. So let's just keep an eye on this for now. It's not really a big rush to do anything. Okay, this IWM is setting up a potentially really interesting bearish setup. So we are getting a like a textbook bearish engulfing play here, right? So it's a bearish engulfing candle, right? And it's bearish engulfing on volume, right? So we just talked about how we want to see full body candles, right, be matched with high volume candle bars, right? So that's exactly what we're getting here on this IWM. So let's wait this thing out for 5 minutes, right? See where this closes. Make sure it gives us that bearish engulfing candle. And then we have a pretty nice setup down towards that 2256 and then potentially even that low of day. So I like this a lot as well for moves to the downside, right? You had a failed breakout here, right? And then another one here as well, followed by a large volume rejection. So this looks like a potentially very interesting setup to me here too. So hard to tell for now, right, who's kind of in control here in this IWM. What it does look like a little bit to me now, and I don't know why this is here. I'm starting to see it getting a little bit more kind of bearish action a little bit, right? Like something even like this Microsoft is giving us that low vol pullback, right? Super weak bullish candle on very low volume, right? Like second lowest volume bar of the day, right? By the looks of it. So, you know, this could be, it might be ready to give us another attempt at it kind of thing. We'll have to think about, I'll have to think about that. Up to you guys if you want to take a stab. So we'll have to keep a look, but this would be a textbook low vol pullback after a bear flag, kind of going into a decent time frame. For now, it seems like the buyers have reclaimed control a little bit here on this IWM, right? So no longer a bearish engulfing candle, right? So good thing we waited for that close, right? Get that extra little bit of confirmation. Bears still have a little bit of time to get back under that, say, previous close, but doesn't seem like they're showing us that much strength yet. So we'll come back to this in a minute or two. Right? Talked about this Tesla, how it just keeps seeing these fake out rejections, right? And so kind of exactly looks like that's kind of what's happening here. So sometimes you gotta walk away, right? Always assume that the market's going to continue doing what it has done until proven otherwise. So we never got that hold up and over. So it's hard to get that follow through. Yeah, like not this thing needed a day of consolidation. Like it needed an inside bar, needed a low vol pullback, needed to kind of hold this like $59, $60 area for a couple days. is this run up from 54 has been too aggressive. Like it's moved too much, so it's just feels like it's out of legs. I do like this volume though. Like this is it's pretty nice that we are getting a pretty nice increase in volume going into 2 p.m. Right? This is not something we've been seeing a ton of recently, so it's a welcome change actually to be seeing kind of just generally increasing volume across the board. Okay, I think this IWM is going to go bearish engulfing on us. Let's keep an eye. All right, so I'm going to be looking at the August 27th puts here. Breakdown under 223.34. Stop loss low of entry candle, wherever that's going to end up. And I'll be looking at the, 223 puts will be the move here. I don't know if I can, I'm not sure if I should take a stab at this Microsoft if it goes. Apple is tempting as well as a sell here, right? It's been showing us so much weakness, increasing selling volume, right? Bearish engulfing, DTR bearish engulfing, right? Bearish engulfing candle, bearish engulfing on volume, right? So moves kind of under this, say 147.80 area, right? Look pretty tempting. Your stop loss would be, you know, that 147.70, so pretty tight risk reward if you can squeeze it. And I'd be looking at the 148 puts here on this Apple. 148 puts. Right. So what did we talk about on that DraftKings? Right. How the body and the volume need to match up. Right. Well, the volume wasn't there. Quickly stepped in, and it became a very weak bearish candle. Right. So we can put clues together. Keeps that move open here for something like this pen. Right. So this thing is still very much in play if we can get that breakout over that 79.40 area. So we got a couple things setting up here, guys. We got a couple things setting up in either direction. For now, it maybe looks like bearish plays are dying off, and we could be getting some action in something like this pen. I still want to see this NVIDIA go. I still want to see it go. So let's see if that can happen for us as well. Does that look like a bull flag to you guys on the SPY? Okay, guys, I'm gonna be that guy. I will take a second stab at this Microsoft if this thing breaks down here. Same ones, the 300 puts, right, on a move under that 375. Okay, getting close now, right? Getting close now. Okay, I am In. All right. Took a little bit extra second there. So I'm in at 121 here on these 300 puts. See if we can get this breakdown now. Right. Stop loss is low of entry candle. Again, small size on this play, guys. Small size on this play like before. Right. Still going 1/5 position sizing like I did on that first stab. Keeping things small. Right? Apple's starting to look like it might want to behave in a similar way, right? It's giving us that inside bar, couldn't get up and over. If it can give us that rejection now here under, right, this 147.80 area, you certainly got a little bit of room down. All right, let's see if this Microsoft can go. It looks like it's just teetering on the edge here. So let's see if it can start moving. All right, it's starting to look like sellers are in control here. So let's see if we can get this breakdown looking good. right, guys? This Apple looks like it could be ready as well for a possible move down. Right? Big time rejection. You know, couldn't make new highs at days. Right? If you can get under, right, has a chance for that kind of continuation move down. Right? Market appears to be cooperating at the moment, at least. All right, so still looking fine on this Microsoft. Right, one of these days it's going to move for us here. Right, still watching this Apple. You know, Pen kind of losing a little bit of steam. So I've lost a little bit of interest in this. Right, something like this Nvidia as well. You can look to, you know, maybe play this breakdown. You know, you got about $1. You know, 222 to 220. You got $2 here. So this could be a decent play as well if this thing decides it wants to go under, right? This is an ascending wedge breakdown. If you're going to the downside on this, right, it's a half-size play. See if that Microsoft can finally break one of these here. There it is. We'll see. I like the way this apple's shaping up too. If it can just hold up for another 5 minutes, give us that inside bar. Sorry, 8 minutes, right? Give us that inside bar. That would be even better, right? That would be best case scenario. So in the meantime, right, see if this Microsoft can run for us, get us to entry protection mode, and then we can kind of have a nice afternoon. All right, so far so good, guys, from this Microsoft, right? Above entry now. Let's see if this thing can really start moving and grooving for us, right? We got a little bit of work to do on this, but in good shape. So let's see how this thing can go. Right? That means Apple's not far behind. So I'm going to look to play this Apple breakdown as well, right? Those 149 puts under that 147.78 area. Actually, I'll probably play the 148 puts here. 148. Again, guys, I'm going about a 1/5 size on this, right? Same as with Microsoft. Right? So Microsoft continues to show us good signs, right? Hard to see a little bit, but this is now bearish engulfing on volume on that low vol pullback. So we're on the right team, right? So let's see if we can now get this thing across the line a little bit. So far, so good. So far, so good. Still waiting for this Apple, right? Like we said, best case scenario is that inside bar and then breakdown. So if it wants to hold up here for another minute, no problems, right? No problems. Yeah, 30 minute is for sure my default. And I try to do all my analysis on the daily or longer. So I like the 30 min. If the volume is good, like if we're well above average, right, first 30 minutes of the day, I'm happy to look at the 5 min. But otherwise, I like to just reduce some of the noise, right, and have like a little bit of a longer term view. And like very relative term. In general, I just find that with the shorter time frames, it's really easy to ignore the kind of daily trend of the market, or sort of what the longer term trend of the security is, and then you're right, and then you're like really fighting against sort of the action. Yeah, Brian. So I will be on YouTube tomorrow, but it'll be an unlisted link for DTR members. So I do free streams on Wednesdays, and then private streams for all DTR members. But like I mentioned earlier, right, DTR is free for the rest of August. So if you're interested in checking us out, right, go to the website, and it'll be sign up right for there, and you'll be able to get access to the link. And then that's it, right? So if you want to join us tomorrow, that's the way to do it. Guys, so far so good on this Microsoft, right? Not exactly moving super fast here, but it's moving the right way, and the volume's coming in the way we'd like. So we're in good shape on this, right? This Apple's still looking fine, right? Still looks like a nice inside bar. Yeah, my pleasure, Brian. Hope to see you around. Right, I do free streams every Wednesday, so subscribe to the YouTube channel, and I do pre-market videos too. So feel free to check those out. Yeah, my pleasure. Glad you learned something. Guys, this Nvidia could be really, really tempting if we can get that breakdown here. It could be really, really tempting. Got about $2, right? For a risk of about 30-40 cents. You're getting like 4-to-1 risk reward, right? For that move down towards that 220, and then possibly even that low of day. I'd be looking at the 220 puts here. 220 puts. If Nvidia can break down under this 221.95. do have a plan for it, Henderson, right? Right in front of you, bud. So we'll play bearish at half size, right? Talked about that pre-market, right? Breakout continuation is not happening, so you're happy to play that breakout failure, right? Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's the pre-market level, right? Of course. If you don't feel comfortable taking the setup, you're not interested in it, right? You don't have to take it. But I think this looks like a nice play. I think we have a nice gap to go into. So I'm happy to pursue it. If you're not, it's your business, right? Oh, what's the error you're getting, Swanee? If you send me a screenshot of your errors, I can get you to trouble. I can troubleshoot you really easily. So that would be maybe the best thing you could do. Just like on Discord or Twitter, send me a screenshot. Yeah, just send me the screenshot. Then I can tell you exactly what to do. Just that volume's thinned out, right? Like that's today it's gonna be bigger for sure, but still thinned out a little bit, and market just feels a little bit weak. But we'll see if we can find something decent here. Like, I feel like we're stuck under this 225 for now, right? If we can't get up and over that area, then we're like a little bit screwed. out of this Microsoft, guys. I'm not going to be chasing this thing down any further today. Like Swanee, I think if you want to play dips, wait to see if this thing dips further. Because this isn't really one yet, right? If you're gonna play consolidation, like you may as well play the breakout, right? So if you're gonna buy a dip, actually wait for a real dip, if that makes sense. See, guys, we're just hanging out for now, right? Like, there's nothing really setting up. So nothing to force here at the moment, right? Just protecting a nice green day. Let's take a look at this pen. All right, nice bit of consolidation. Maybe it's ready to give us that continuation move. Let's take a look. Just as I was biting my tongue there a little bit. All right, let's wait for this candle to close up and over, right? See if we can get that thing to hold this 79.50 area. If it does, then we can start looking at those, 80 calls, right? For end of the week. That could certainly be something for us there. So let's keep an eye on this for the next minute or so and see if it can hold. Okay, so let's take a look at pen here, right? Looking at the 80 calls here, guys. Looking at the 80 calls. Let's wait for that break over that 79.50 area, right? May as well just wait that extra second for it. For now, it looks like there's more sellers than buyers. Continue to be patient here for a few seconds and see if the buyers can step in and start pushing. All right, guys, I am in pen 135.4 on those 80 calls. Right, stop loss, low of entry candle like always. So pretty tight stop loss here. Let's see if this thing can run for us. So far, so good, guys. So far, so good on this pen, right? Looking fantastic here. See if we can continue getting that follow through, right? So let's see if this thing can go. Let's see if this thing can go for us. So far, so good. Let's see if this thing can keep running, though, right? Let's see if this thing can keep running. So it feels a little bit trappy right now, right? So a really common, like, or a really important warning sign, right, is you can look at the option spreads, right, or generally the spreads, in the underlying as well. But something like Microsoft uh, should never be having like 8 or 9 or 10% spreads, and it's pushing towards that here at times, right? So when we're seeing that kind of like, when you see those kind of big spreads, right, it tells you that neither buyers or sellers uh, either know what's going on or have a stake in what's going on. And so those are kind of conditions, right, you'd like to avoid. So this might just be a sit on hands afternoon here, right? Until this kind of volume becomes a little bit cleaner, right? A little bit nicer, and some of those core names start behaving just a little bit better, because otherwise it maybe feels just a little bit like a trap, and you want to be very careful around that. No, my pleasure, Mike. I love this stuff, right? And it's fun sharing it with people. So, if you have any questions, right, anything you're looking at, right, fire it my way. I don't think it's going to be like that busy of an afternoon. And my voice is coming in and out a little bit. So, ask me questions, I'm going to answer them, but like maybe less stream of consciousness kind of thing. So this could be that bearish engulfing breakdown we were talking about earlier right here. Yeah, IWM, right? This could be the move here. Okay, it's the 233 puts, what I'm looking at. Okay, I'm in at 135, 135. So let's see if this thing's got room down. Okay, watch this NVIDIA, right, for that bearish breakdown we were talking about. Right, this thing is still very much in play. Can get back up and over. So it could be that next move we're looking for here. If it can break. IWM still looking okay for now. See if we can get that continuation, right, down towards that 222.56 area. We got a little bit of work to do still here. So let's see if we can lose this 223 level here, right? That's kind of what we're sitting and waiting for. If we can break down through that 223, this thing can start moving pretty quick. But we're in good shape here, guys. We're in good shape. Who can tell me why we were still happy to short this, right? Even though that after that bearish engulfing candle, it didn't break down right away. Who can tell me? Come on, guys. Someone's got to know this. Why are we still happy to short this IWM, right, after that bearish engulfing candle here? Right? What was the logic for that continuation? Okay? And then what about this candle? What does that tell you? Right? So this inside bar, right, with non-engulfing volume, you don't care if it becomes engulfing on volume if it's an inside bar, right? Because it doesn't tell you the same thing, right? But the fact that it gets up, right, can't get up and over, tells you it's being defended, right? And then this candle, right, again, sellers tried to reclaim it, but they're weak, right? They couldn't get back. So when we get that breakdown there under, start getting a little bit of confidence, you're going to get that follow through. So this bearish engulfing candle was just never invalidated, right? We would have invalidated it if we made a higher high. We would have invalidated it if we made a lower low, like a fake out, and then it ran. So that never happened, right? So continued to consolidate, and then broke down. So that's totally reasonable, right? Like you can almost look at that as like a double inside bar. Okay, so I'm still interested in this NVIDIA, guys, right? If it can break down under this 291. Facebook's range today has been comical. This is incredible. Like, just holding that 367, just like its life depends on it. Really, really crazy. So again, right on this IWM, we're watching that like 223 area, right? If this thing can break, then we have a chance to go. Otherwise, right, shake ourselves out, get out, move on to the next one. Wait to find another nice new play tomorrow kind of situation, right? So let's see if this thing can go, but still in this for now. All right, see if it can flush here, right? This is what we're looking for. Let's see if it can flush. Any day now would be nice. Okay, starting to look really good here, guys. Almost entry protection time on this IWM, right? Almost entry protection time. So we're not going to let this thing go red on us, right? Make sure that this play closes green and you finish the day up well. It's been a nice day, right? Don't need to give anything away unnecessarily. Let this just be kind of the dessert after a nice, after a nice meal kind of thing. All right, guys, my stop loss on this IWM is just above entry now at that 137. All right, IWM, guys, really starting to move for us a little bit, right? So let's see if we can continue to get that follow through, give us down towards that 220, 256. If it can flush through there into the close, we might get a little bit of luck. Have yourself a timer on this, though, guys, right? Don't put yourself in a situation where you're panicking to close your position with just a few seconds left. All right, guys, I'm out at 140. So locked in a little win. Like I said, happy to just take dessert, right? right, guys. So we got like 15 minutes here at the market close. Let's go a quick little rundown of what's going to go on the rest of this week, right? So, um, Friday is going to be a very interesting day because Powell speaks at like 10 a.m. Eastern, I think, at the Jackson Hole Symposium or whatever you want to call it. And so that could lead to quite a bit of chop kind of going into tomorrow, right? Going into Friday morning specifically, right? We kind of know that every time we have a Fed meeting, or it even seems like minutes these days, right? And when Powell's speaking, that seems to be grinding the market to the halt, to a halt. So I think for myself personally, it's going to be sizing down tomorrow and certainly sizing down Friday, um, just so that there isn't really any unnecessary frustration, right? Uh, right, it's been pretty choppy for a while. It's been like that for a long time. So we're going into a headline or to a news event that's been that kind of chop kind of leads to that kind of chop. So I'm going to assume the market is going to continue doing that until proven otherwise, right? So it's going to be a very cautious approach, right, moving forward over these next couple of days, as I just feel like there's going to be probably a lot of traps being laid out there. So something we really want to keep an eye out, right, and be aware of. So yeah, that's really kind of the thought process for the next couple of days. Setup wise, right, going to post a new blueprint this evening. So we will see, what is available to us to trade. But Fed is going to be he's got to be at the back of our minds, right, kind of going into the rest of the week. Any kind of final questions here, guys? Otherwise, I'm gonna kill the stream here. Yeah, yeah, Swanee, let's get to it. What I'm gonna do, Swanee, is I'm gonna send you a screenshot of my script. Yeah, it's supposed to be on every candle. It's supposed to be, right? So I just turn it on and off, right? So if you see it here, so if like I ever have like a moment of doubt, right, I just take a look, turn it on and off, that's all. So that's what it's supposed to be like for that script. But if you hit the little like show button here on the left, the eye, right, disappears. These blue circles are inside bars. Right, so that's the BB setups code. So I'll paste this to you in the chat. You can just copy this in. Give me a sec. So yeah, Swanee, I'm happy to go over to get you to sort out this BB setups one too. So this one's got a little bit more to it, right? This has got the Bollinger Bands, the Bollinger Band reversion setups, right? Bollinger Band breakout setups, and the inside bars. So this maybe is more what you're looking for. Thoughts on Penn? Man, today was a really strong day for it, right? Exactly the kind of breakout you want to see after a 3 green soldiers pattern. So, right, pretty incredible move here. I think it now has room up. Maybe you want to see a day of consolidation and then it goes. Yeah, Swanee, if you're still here, I sent you a notepad message via Discord. It looks like if you just copy and paste that in, it should be no problems. right? With the Word doc, you have like the page restrictions, right? So with this text file, hopefully that's a little bit better. Hopefully this works. So let me know, right, if you're still here, and if it doesn't work, right, we can, yeah, let's take care of it, right? If you want to use it, let's take care of it for sure. So just send me a screenshot, because that way I can see exactly what's wrong. It's not perfect, or if you you can screen share on Discord, maybe that could work as well. Yeah, you too, Sim. I mean, you're just trying to copy and paste it. This was like 25 hours of my life getting this all together. Okay, so I'm gonna just try to do it. Copy and paste it in somewhere here. Okay, so see if this works. Okay, so I can add it in. Um, I'll send you a message. I got an idea. So, Swanee, I just sent you the message, but it looks like that syntax error is just like that little A and that copyright symbol. Yeah, so like sometimes with the copy and paste, it can be kind of gross. All right, so I think Swanee's sorted. Um, yeah, so that's it, guys. Good day, really good day for us. So let's get back at it tomorrow, right? As long as no conditions are strong, right, we should be able to keep doing well. Not going to force things that aren't there, and we'll make sure that we have a nice day. Thanks everyone for joining me, guys. Oh yeah, we can definitely can go over it. So if you see here, right, this is you go to the plot patterns, right? It tells you what all these shapes are. So the crosses, right, is the green plus, right? So green cross is green breakout, right? Red cross or red plus is a red breakdown. So that's a Bollinger Band breakout. So breakout above, right? Open inside, close outside, break over, or open inside, close outside, break under. And then the other ones, right? Triangle up or triangle down is reversion back towards the mean, right? So open outside, close inside, revert back towards midline. And then circle is inside bar. So if you go to the plot shapes to pattern, you should be able to see what all those definitions are. No, my pleasure, Swanee. My pleasure. If I knew you were waiting for this for so long, I would have helped you out much sooner. So my apologies. Anyway, guys, have a good day. If you got any questions, hit me up on Discord or on Twitter. I'll get back to you guys as soon as I see it. Otherwise, guys, see you tomorrow. Peace.